Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. My audio levels are working this time. I checked beforehand. Hello to all in the chat and watching online later. Um, so today is going to be a little bit of a different art stream. Not significantly different, but we're actually going to be doing kind of like final polish on some mice, perhaps multiple today. Uh, Good morning. Hello. Yeah, it's me. A lot of you might be expecting Dave today. Normally we go every other week, and today would have been Dave's, but he actually took today off because we have a long weekend, and so that's how that went. I took Tuesday instead, so I have an extra long weekend because we have Monday off. But yeah, so I'm going to be doing art with you today, uh, and I hope you enjoy. It's going to be somewhat spoilery, so for those of you who are in for that, then great. If you're not, then uh, I'll let you know when I'm kind of like showing slightly more kind of significant character, I guess we could say. But yeah, so it's I'm not gonna like be like, and this is all the details that you could possibly discover. It's gonna be more just kind of like, here's another character you haven't seen yet, and it's gonna be far along for it. It's also going to be kind of more mid boss tier. So, to be fair, we'll see if we even get there today. I think we will. My plan was today to kind of bring back last week's project. We were working on an artist character, and I actually ended up kind of shifting gears this week and working on a different character, and kind of decided to let that one sit because I knew I was going to be doing Feedback Friday. To just kind of like wrap it up. So we would actually get to go from very start to very finish. And I haven't actually gotten to do that with a mouse with you all for quite some time. Often it'll be like, okay, we like start with a sketch, we get it to like 70% done, and then that's the last you see of it until it goes into the game. Years ago, it used to be I'd literally sit and draw like a whole mouse in a single day, and it would be like a good 7 or 8 hour stream, and they were also less detailed and a little simpler. So it's a little harder to do that in one go, especially with kind of like all the extra stuff that I like putting in the characters nowadays. Um, you'll definitely see a bit of that with the later character. But yeah, so today I think I'll try to do a time lapse play at the end of the day of both the mice if we get to that point. So if you are watching this like on YouTube recorded later, you might be able to just kind of skip to the last kind of 5-10 minutes if that's all you're interested in seeing. But yeah, those of you who are here live, welcome. Hello, Daryl, Arctic, Rachel, Generic Potato, Grant, Volatide, The Math, Swifty, hello, Roxanne, Nathan, hey, good morning. All right. You saved in boss. I hear punching bag after getting an event season worth of resources. No comment on that. It should be interesting though. So yeah, let's just jump into it. So where we were last week, we had kind of like just got to this character really close, to the point where I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm pretty content with these details. So if you haven't seen this yet, we kind of worked from like from the sketch up to this point. It went pretty fast, admittedly. Had a nice kind of art day that day. Maybe it was because I was working on another artist character. But yeah, had some really good kind of ideas in the chat too, and just things kind of flowed. And we're gonna get back into that groove. We're gonna wrap up this mouse, and then we're gonna jump into the next one. So we'll see how long it takes to kind of like wrap up details on this one. It is very close, so hopefully it won't be too long before that. Maybe before lunch, and I'll take lunch at 1 o'clock. I'll put up a timer so you know exactly when I'll be back. It's an hour long. And so, yeah, just have me open in a tab on the side of the screen or whatever, and just kind of like chill out with me while I paint all day. And you do you. And yeah, we'll see where this goes. I'll try to keep an eye on the chat. When it comes to kind of like finalized details, I tend to kind of just like zone in on it. So if I don't respond to you in the chat right away, I apologize. I will try to be more attentive to that, but well, if you've been around, you know how that goes. So do I work faster or slower with us to distract me? I actually work faster, because what's interesting is because I know there's people watching me, I'm like, well, I gotta keep stuff happening, you know, and so I just kind of like it's more exhausting technically, you know, like I'm just kind of like always like go 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 go, which is why I take like a good hour break and, you know, a couple quick breaks. But yeah, I try to just kind of like always be active in it, and that does end up making me more efficient with it. Also, actually, like another big benefit, and we can see evidence of that here, is sometimes when I'm just kind of like working on an idea on my own, I'm kind of like, all right, well, like, how do I tell this idea? And I'll like scribble a bunch of stuff and try different things, and sometimes I'm spinning my wheels. But when I open that to the live chat, then actually I just kind of like get some ideas fed to me, and more often than not, they're actually like really, really clever and really fun, you know, and they fit, and it's also like a fun challenge to kind of take other people's ideas and make those work, and something about that just kind of like makes it easier to kind of like figure it out. I've talked about this many times, but there's this kind of like paralysis that you can get with like a blank canvas, where you're like, okay, I could do anything with this, and it's just kind of like you don't even know where to begin. But like when and I work well off of prompts, and that's why I like having an audience to be like, what about this idea? What about this idea? Is it kind of gives me something to experiment with, to kind of just see, okay, well, here's an idea, and I'm just going to try and make that work, and that's my challenge. And I find that tends to kind of like give me, you know, like a good direction to try stuff, instead of like, you know, just doing what first comes to mind. I kind of like try to do what the chat feeds me, and then that makes it even more an interesting challenge, which is quite fun. So, and a lot of the time, like the suggestions are challenging, where it's like, I don't know how to. Okay, well, I'll figure that out, and that's an interesting way to try to tackle this concept. And more often than not, it is a huge benefit to me. So, yeah. Exactly. Like, I literally cannot work with a blank canvas. It's the most, like, whenever I sit down and I'm like, I should just like draw for me and kind of like doodle or come up with, you know, do some sketching of just kind of whatever I want, and then I'm like, I have to have a project, you know, I have to have a goal with it. That's just how I work, at least. So like sometimes I'll kind of work on like a side project, like I have with my brother, where we're working on kind of like our own little like games and stuff like that, where we do game jams and just stuff like that, and that's where I can get that creative kind of stuff flowing. But yeah, if it's just literally like okay, just sit down and do art, no idea has to have a goal. That's how I work. My muse is that there needs to be a target to hit. Yeah, that is also one of the things about the MouseHunt project is I generally have a very good sense of like where we're trying to go with it. So I don't ever really feel lost for like, oh, what should I do with this character? I'm very familiar with it, so it's a comfortable place, and so I am very happy to just explore what's possible, and that's like another part of that goal is like, okay, well, what's something new that I can do? You know, what's different and unique about this, and try to just see what's possible. So that's how that works for me. And every artist is different, you know. Yeah, so part of the reason why I really enjoy doing Feedback Friday is just, well, the company is fun. The challenge of it is weirdly engaging for me. I know a lot of people are like, no, the more challenging it is, the scarier and less I want to do it, kind of thing. But apparently I'm really weird where I'm the opposite. But yeah, I find it is very, very useful for keeping me focused, because I do have ADHD, and some days it's just like I can't keep my brain in the game. So generally when I have a bad art day, it's that. Just can't kind of like keep focused. But yeah, if I have a live audience, it's much easier because there's a bit of pressure about it. I don't want to just be like streaming and then there's literally nothing happening. All right. Although some days it is kind of like I feel like I'm not making a lot of progress on it, where you know I'm just going back and forth, like 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of thing. Last week was pretty good. It felt like a 2 steps forward, 2 steps forward, 2 steps forward kind of day, and so we ended up getting kind of this character to this state, which I was happy about. But yeah, we're gonna just kind of wrap it up pretty quickly, I think. So in terms of this illustration, what are some of the goals I want to hit with where it is? Oh, thank you, Michelle. So one of the things I want to do is the magic effect. I want it to kind of just like fill where it needs to in this composition to kind of pull it together. I want to kind of like, well, right now it doesn't really have anything happening here, you know. I want to make that feel more like this summoned kind of magical paint. So that'll be an interesting challenge, right? And also I would like to have more of those kind of like floating in the background to kind of just like make it more imposing. So this character has like created an arsenal of these creations, these magical manifestations. So that will be the goal. There's a few other like details, like the brushes and pencils in the hat. They're just incomplete. Some of the kind of like clothing is just slop. Like this knee here, I just kind of like just fill it in. I just need that so that I can kind of see what it looks like, but I want it to be a little bit cleaner. And I mean, that's probably most of the stuff that I want to hit, but like there's a few things where it's like, okay, well, there's no texture on that. Not a huge deal, it won't need much, but just little details that will help finalize the piece and bring it all together. So looking at the grayscale of this, just to kind of see where we left it off, it's nice to like sit on it for a full week essentially to kind of like get a really fresh look at it. So something that I'm seeing right now is there's not really the kind of like the deep dark tones, and the cloak is kind of reaching into that territory a little bit, and I think I want it to kind of own that territory a little more. So there's, hey Charlie, my streaming co-partner here. Actually, you know what? Come say hi. Yes. Ooh, I know, that was an awkward way to hold you. Hang on. Boop. There we go. Oh, there we go. Say hi. He's purring. Oh. I don't remember if I talked about our adventure at the vet last week, but brought her in for doing some senior blood work. She has the smallest veins the vet had ever seen, and the tech like couldn't get enough blood from her, unfortunately. So I ended up having to bring her back later, and they managed to get it that time. But poor thing, was very stressed about that, but made it as relaxing as possible for her the second trip, and apparently that helped because the stress apparently like closes up veins or something like that. So yeah, they got it the second time. Yeah, did not seem fun, but now she doesn't have to go in for another good while, and she's in good health. But yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to use a luminosity layer because right now I'm just trying to think of the tones and deal with the tones. So I'm going to use the kind of like deeper shadowy area behind the cape to just kind of like make sure there's this pop of contrast here, just to make sure that we have that grouped up better. I want to connect that back part of the cape to this side part, and then also the front of the cape here. I do want to also bring that down a little bit more. And I'm just going to do a second luminosity layer or brightness layer, just so that if I don't like how dark it is, oops, wrong brush, it'll be easy enough to kind of undo that or find the middle ground that works. Yeah, my viewers are basically my ADHD meds. Yep. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, I am I am medicated for it, and it does help, but it only helps so much. You know, there are a lot of other things that are important for that. Exercise, good sleep, diet, stuff like that. But you have to also just kind of like build for success with when you have ADHD, because you have no executive functioning. You know, like when it comes to deciding like how to manage your time and stuff like that, you just don't have that part of you functioning. So I have to kind of like, I mean, you can see like I have this calendar thing that I made. I have post-it notes. I have like a to-do list. Have alarms. Have all kinds of stuff that help with that. Yeah. So I think that's a little closer. I think I'll darken the underside of the brim of the hat as well. But yeah. Just trying to see what I'm missing in the chat, because I'm very bad at seeing it when it pops up. Ooh, Jeremy, good one. You could really lean heavily into the alliteration for the name of this one. The magical, the magical mace manifesting mouse. Is there like an art term that has an M in it as well? I'll have to think of that one. Steve. Yeah. So more of these manifestations in the background will be a part of what we're doing today. So yeah, like I'm thinking we could have the manifested thing. Maybe it's just a bunch of mesas. He just loves painting mesas, but the canvases that they were painted on, like discarded in the background, kind of thing. Like they were a part of this summoning ritual thing, and they're cast aside because they have completed their use or something like that. Exactly. All right. Mm-hmm. So just gonna darken this one quite a bit. There we go. I think that helps kind of pull that down even more, which is good. Somewhere in between that. Yeah, that feels a little more balanced. I wouldn't mind getting some darker values down in the legs as well, but not much. Just like a thin band of it, even. So another thing that is very useful with value structures is how you draw the eye with contrast. Where you want someone to be looking, you can essentially amp up the contrast, and where you don't want people paying a lot of attention, you kind of purposely can muddle the contrast. So I should probably keep that in mind as I'm jumping around, just being like, oh, this could be darker here, that could be darker there. Because it does impact kind of where you're looking and focusing your attention, right? And if I put like a really dark band on this like light background, that'll impact that, right? It'll look more interesting to our eye because there's a high contrast down there. So one thing that I could do, first of all, these characters are going to have that kind of papery background, so that's one thing that'll kind of pull those values slightly closer together. Another is I could stack those canvases behind the legs and use that to kind of like make it all more mid-tone and closer together, whereas maybe I want the attention to be up on the canvas, and I can purposely have more like darks right on light, right on dark, and just kind of like hard-edged stuff, really kind of sharp and bright contrast, extreme contrast, whatever. But yeah, like, so this arm here is kind of drawing a lot of attention because there is, really dark, really light right against each other, and naturally we want to look at hands and faces, so I think it's not a bad idea to keep the interest here and kind of guide it up here. Might even try to see if I can get a little more punch of contrast here. Yeah, so that's even more kind of like my eye wants to go right there. Look at that hand, right? It's kind of like got some negative space around it. It's punching out of this silhouette. I might even pull this cape back just a little bit to kind of like give that more negative space to work with. This here. Oop. Also might make more sense if we don't see that edge right away. So that didn't make a lot of sense, to be honest. Let's see. I almost wonder if I want that at all. I think I want a little bit. Or maybe not. Some days working on art, like specific details, it feels like I'm dealing with Columbo. I don't know if you've watched the show, but I've been watching a couple of episodes recently because I found a blog that has a few full episodes, and it's a fun show. But it's about a detective, homicide detective, who kind of like has a cat and mouse chase with a criminal every episode, and his whole thing is like he's kind of got this shtick of just just one more thing, right? At like he basically annoys the villain as much as possible every episode, and gets them to just like crack and fess up because they just can't deal with it. And sometimes working on details where it's like, wait, should this be like coming out here and going in? It's just like, it feels like as soon as I'm like, okay, no, I'm gonna move on to something else, then it's just like, just one more thing. Like okay, wait, but I gotta try this now and tweak that. But like, I'm gonna move on to something. Wait, but maybe not yet. Hang on, I have an idea. There you go. Another glimpse into how my brain works with art. And just one more thing. Yeah, I need like to get the box set because it's such a good show to just have in the background. I've been doing that for the past few days. It just literally is just like playing off on one screen because the pace is like really like nice. It's slow, but it's almost like a radio play, where you don't even need to like necessarily be watching maybe the first part where the murder happens and it's all like visuals, but yeah. Now if you have an ability to like work on whatever you're doing, but you don't need to, or you could have like an audiobook or something going at the same time, like you have the ability to kind of focus that way with what you're doing. It's a fun thing to put on. Like sometimes I'll try to listen to audiobooks or podcasts or whatever. But yeah, apparently I needed a Columbo fix. So let's see. Alright. It's like now one of the other things about doing kind of like final detail pass is it is definitely a lot more fiddly and tedious. You don't see a lot of things changing very quickly. So it's also a reason why it's not necessarily what I want to be streaming all the time, where it's more like it's a lot more interesting to watch, I think, when it is, sketching up a brand new idea and coming up with like cool designs and character stuff and figuring that out. Whereas at this stage, it's kind of like, okay, well, you're just going to be watching me just kind of like adding little tiny details here and there, and just kind of smudging this and, tweaking that. Not as much input and not as much happening as rapidly, so hopefully it's all right watching, but much like how I watch Columbo in the background, I think that today is an ideal day to just kind of like, just have me on in the corner. I'll be here. Smudging away. Just look over every once in a while, or however you tend to watch these. All right. So I think we could jump into doing more of the magic stuff now. It's going to have more of an impact than kind of like little tweaks and highlights and shadows kind of will. So we could do, I'd say let's get the first mace figured out, and then we can follow up with the other ones, do a little more in the background, and then it'll be kind of like, okay, we're at the final pass, see if there's anything that we want to tweak, and that'll be it. It'll be ready. Yeah. Just see what's in the chat. Oh, thank you for the hearts. I like that idea. Be cool if you can communicate that they were discarded after use, not because of the mistakes. Looks like a pro and wouldn't make mistakes. But yeah, like, they're like one-use magic, kind of summon the mace to do its attack, and then you have to paint another one. I wonder how durable these would be. Are they made of paint? Is it just like magic that like stole the energy from the paint itself? Is it just magical paint? What is it? Magical mace manifesting Maestro Mage Mouse. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Oh yeah. Dark parts on the leg could be paint splotches. Yeah, we could do more paint splotches, even on the ground too. That could be neat. Columbo mouse one. Yeah, I would like to do that. That'd be good. The Peter Falk mouse. The medieval magical mace manifesting minimalist mouse. All he does is maces and smashes all the traps with them, except those with super reckless. It's pretty good. Actually, because of these suggestions, I do want it to be just like this artist only paints maces. Maybe different styles of them, but only maces. It's his thing. He found a niche. He's working with it. Thank you, Eileen. As a person likely to end up on the other side of this mace, I would appreciate it being paint. Oh yeah, just like paint bomb when it hits, just that'd be really cool. Yeah, so it does look very chromish. I want it to be more rainbow, just like, you know, Wile E. Coyote kind of like painting the canyons or the cliffside or whatever with a single, you know, dunk in the bucket. That kind of paint, right? It may have different kind of pools on the palette there, but yeah, I just thought that'd be kind of neat. We don't need to go with that direction, but I like it. Plus, rainbows are fun. All So we're going to work on the mace now, because that is the next step in my expertise. My judgment tells me that's what we need to work on. So I'm thinking we put like a back glow on it. I want it to look like it's transforming into this magical creation, and that it is still attached to the page for the most part. I think the glow behind will help with doing that. So we're going to use kind of like a cyan color for this glow to start. But by having that back glow, it can help separate it from the canvas, right? It kind of having that glow to kind of get in between the two, useful there. And I'm thinking if we have this kind of like rainbow paint magic, maybe we do add a little bit more of those sheens into this kind of magical glow to kind of like imply the effects it can have. Oh, it's actually ripping a hole through the canvas? That's not a bad way to do that. Because right now I do have it where it's like, oh, the paint is just missing there. It's almost like it was masked off and it's just peeling the whole thing off. But it's actually kind of more fun if it is actually just like ripping the canvas open and it's just taking the backing and so you could see through that. And actually that'd look even more interesting with like a leaned canvas somewhere where there's just like draped kind of like canvas, because it can't hold itself together. It's got a giant hole in it now. I think that'd be a good way to handle that. I like that. Let's see. So I'm going to use a clipping mask here. See, and this is what I was talking about, where it's like, you guys give me better ideas than I have a lot of the time, and it's more fun to explore those ideas, because they're just kind of like, oh, that's very clever, I didn't think of that. And then it gives me other ideas to explore. So I'm going to put this behind, and we can have kind of this inside frame peeking through. It's a small enough canvas that it doesn't need like a strut in it, or a stud, or whatever you would call that. Hopefully that'll read. I think with background details, like actually, you know what, that's another thing that I should probably just add now, is getting that paper backing. So, put it behind all of that, and let us import an image. Need to remember where I have that image. Could have sworn it would be there. Give me a moment. Oh, okay. That's where I put it. Import image. images folder. I get it. Because we have a shared drive and it has similar naming structures, so I was in the wrong drive completely. That makes more sense. Okay, sorry about that. Alright, so here we have a... Put this at 150. And drop it down. Clipping mask. And I'll close that. There we go. Alright, so this is going to give us a little more ability to kind of work the character into a just an atmosphere. Pardon me. So I'm going to have the canvas kind of and easel coming off of that. I want them to kind of like stand out at the edges there. And so the nice thing about using a clipping mask is you can kind of paint and erase, and when you paint and erase using a clipping mask, you don't lose any of this information. So all these nice kind of crunchy textures are going to be here and preserved. It's a lossless way to erase. Okay, so now I'm going to use my smudge brush to just kind of blend those edges in. And I think I want the hat to stand out even more, as well as this arm. Also, I'm going to use a textured eraser. I'm just basically trying to find what is the right balance for this. How can I use this to kind of like help focus where we're looking? Also, it'll help with the magic kind of glow around, because we'll have a darker backing behind it, and if we want it to be just glow, it'll assist with that, right? Because if it's just pure white behind, the glow is actually going to look darker, right? And it's a lot harder to kind of like give that nice kind of, you know, magical glow. So having this as a backdrop to kind of give it something to glow against, big help. So, but I think I'll leave as much of it as I can just to give even more potential for that magic. So this hand here, now we can see that, like, if we look at this and we squint our eyes, this is the main test that you potentially want to be doing. Either you can kind of zoom out so it's like really small, you know, like really kind of like you're already kind of squinting to look at it, or you can have it full size and then you like squint at it while looking at it in grayscale, if that's an option, and see like, okay, what is actually visible? Where is it disappearing? You know, so the shirt currently is very much, you know, hard to read. The edges don't stand out except against the cloak, which is great, but against the background, not well, right? Very hard to see if you know, I'm like glancing, I probably wouldn't even notice those top sleeves. The cuff, absolutely, that pops. It's like this dark spot in the middle of a mid-tone light area. The hand as well. It's just gone. So there are definitely things that I can tweak using this to kind of like make them stand out how I would like them to. And what I'm deciding I'm going to do is I'm going to use the magic glow to enhance that. So with that magic glow, I can brighten up parts and then use that to kind of create like a nice rim light on the hand, for example, and maybe even kind of darken the background a bit more behind it, just to make that hand kind of pop out. And yeah, I think I will darken maybe like 80%. That's quite a bit darker than I usually use this. But it's a push and pull thing at this stage. You know, you see kind of like, okay, I'm going to try this direction. And you see, it's too much. It's not enough. And you just go back and forth a little bit. And so eventually you should end up where you want to go. But that's one of the less glamorous things about this stage of a painting. But, you know, I want to share the experiences of what it is that I do. But, you know, it ends up being a lot more fiddly. So, again, you know, apologies to people who are, like, looking for more meat in the stream. You know, I will have spoilers for you later, so there is that. But, yeah. We put a lot of care into our designs, so they do take a little bit longer. I think that's part of the joy of what I get to do, is I have room to kind of like create characters with this much attention to detail. I really enjoy this, you know. It's something that feeds me. That like creative kind of outlet. You know, I actually, a lot of people with their jobs, it's a job, you know, it's exhausting. They kind of like, even if they liked it originally, they may lose interest and passion for it. Not so for me. I'm very, very, very privileged and lucky to, oh, that's not the tool I want. I'm gonna get rid of that. Very privileged and lucky to kind of like not have something that like makes me want to run away from art, you know, and get burnt out on it. This is actually like one of the best outlets for it for me. So I'm lucky. Okay, so I'm going to darken that edge. But yeah, like other studios, I have a lot of friends in kind of like different illustration, art kind of sectors, and you know, in some of them it's very, you know, like kind of attitude, and sometimes it's a kind of unfair, you know, where they expect like, oh, you got to burn the candle at both ends kind of thing, and it can be harmful. You know, it can burn people out, and I don't like that. But our team, like, we really do care about taking care of each other here, and it's awesome. You know, like if we have bad art days, and that always happens, you know, you do. We can kind of be like, hey, so, you know, it's not happening today, you know, I'm not really feeling it, and like, we'll be like, you know what, take like an early day, get some rest, go on a walk, like, do what you need to do to take care of yourself, and you get better work, you know, like, instead of being like, no, crunch, and just force it out, you know, like, sure, you'll get work done, but it's not going to be something that they end up being like passionate about. And of course, like, not every single piece that we create we're like, this was the best, I love this, you know, like, sometimes it's just kind of like, okay, well, I got it done and it was the assignment, it's fine. But yeah, I find that, you know, it's a healthy experience, and I think that is huge, because that's a little more rare for artists, unfortunately. People in the game sector kind of have that like good healthy workspace, unfortunately. So I'm hoping that changes. Could be better, you know. Yeah, hit grab, pretty good for us. All right, so I would like to do something like this, you know, where we have this kind of like nice bright rim light to kind of like help show that hand. You know, now if I'm like squinting, I still kind of see that hand, you know, and we'll use the magic to help do that. Yeah, another thing that we do well is we schedule well. Dave's a master at kind of like managing the timelines and kind of understanding what is actually, you know, like going to fit and how to kind of like make sure that we're on track and make room for that. Like that's the biggest thing, is so many people that I know, they're working in ways where their kind of project is over promising and they have to make up for these things, you know, where it's kind of just like on them to kind of like meet these deadlines, which are not realistic, right? They don't, like some studios is like, well, this is just how I want it to be, and they don't look like consider like, okay, well, you know, if everybody is always working 100%, sure, you could meet that deadline, you know, but that's not realistic. That's not how it actually works. Sure, if you like, you know, time people and look at, you know, how they can manage, like how quickly they might be able to crack this thing out on a good day, then it's like, sure, that figure has some sense to it. But like in a small studio like ours, you often wear multiple hats. You're doing all kinds of different things. You're jumping between things, and you're not always kind of like able to be 100%, and that's just human. So, you know, we make sure to just always kind of design around that expectation, and it makes it so that we actually like can feel comfortable at what we're working on. We don't feel stressed out because we're like, oh gosh, we're so far behind. We gotta like work over the weekend and not have, you know, a home life. Yeah. So it's a big deal. Okay, so let's get back to that glow. Sorry if I'm rambling a bit, but I'd say it's important stuff, you know. So I'm gonna flip this. It just so happens there's this like line intersecting a little too perfectly with the tail and the leg. It's like this terrible tangent where my eye is just like, there's something important here, and then it doesn't resolve into something that I would like. So it's distracting. It's hugely distracting. It's like a sore thumb to me. So let's see if I use this. There we go. So that's switched just the texture, not the actual mask, which is perfect. I was worried it was going to flip the mask here, and if it did, then, you know, all of it would have to be kind of reconsidered, or I'd figure out how to just flip that, but there we go, it worked. Also, okay, so like the bottom edge of that canvas, that needs to pop out more. Again, I'm thinking the magic, the glow, that's going to do most of the lifting. You can rely on a lot of that with MouseHunt, where, you know, we can just have a wizard do it. Add some cool glow to stuff, put an edge light or like a rim light on it. Bob's your uncle. Great. Okay. But I will add a little bit more shadow to this. Darken that down a bit more. Actually, I think if I put this in a folder here, set this to a normal, and then darken that. Before it was only affecting the paint, but now it's hitting both the canvas and the paint, so that's better. There we go. So yeah, looking at that, much more clear that there is this kind of like a box shape on that background. But again, like, I might not need to go that dark with the shadow. It's helping to kind of make that read. But I will also use the magical glow to do a little bit of that as well. So I'm going to lighten it up just a little bit, because I still want it to kind of be a bit brighter than other parts. Yeah, let's get to that magic. I'm thinking that I keep coming back to that concept, and for a good reason. I think that's going to play a big role in making the rest of this work. So let's deal with that right now. So I'm going to put a layer behind the whole canvas right now, and we're just gonna give it a because I feel like this magic is hitting the whole canvas, right? But let's go more white right at the edge. So even if I take off that shadow, at least there's like a little more visibility of it, right? Now it's like really popping. You got that like shape coming out of this dust cloud, if you will. Good question. Yeah, I'm always good remembering this. Do you listen to anything while painting off stream? Absolutely. All the time. I always have something going, because it helps me to just occupy that part of my brain, which is also like why I don't have anything playing now and I'm rambling constantly. I just kind of engage that part of my brain. It goes off on its own tirade, and my painting part of my brain just keeps going, or I attempt to anyways. But yeah, actually, legitimately what I tend to have, I have 3 monitors. I have my drawing monitor itself, which is awesome. I have my kind of like communications monitor, and also where I have an alternate image of the actual piece I'm working on normally, and I can see it at different scales. Sometimes I'll have that one always in grayscale, and it just lets me like look up and kind of like, if I'm zoomed in here, you know, working on fine details, I can look up to the image on the other screen, and that's just kind of like, it shows the whole thing at once, and it's quite a nice way to be able to work. And I have like my other monitor, my main one, technically when I'm using my computer is my main one, where I often have just kind of like people crafting stuff. I watch a lot of just like blacksmiths and woodworkers and engineers, machinists, just random people out in the woods building, you know, huts or whatever. Like, and just they're just working away, and I'm just working away, and they're just banging on things, making noise, and talking about what they're doing. And that's what I usually have going, honestly. Sometimes I'll just listen to music. If I'm having a particularly like distractible day, where I'm like, wow, they're like putting that in the forge again, and it's super cool looking, and I love watching this. If I'm getting too distracted, then I'll just put on music because that helps to kind of like have something distracting but not distracting. Uh, Also, just like watch a lot of random science videos, uh, whatever I want to learn about. To be perfectly honest, um, like I'm learning about foraging, and I have for a while. I actually signed up for a class. I'm on a wait list, unfortunately, but we'll see when that opens up. But yeah, I'd love to just try making an axe one day. You know, that's I'm working on etching them and inlaying copper into them and doing that as just kind of like a different kind of creative outlet, and it's a lot of fun. Uh, and it'd be cool to just like literally make all of it from scratch. I've made handles from scratch. I've made the sheaths from scratch. I've done detailing and sharpening and etching and inlaying. The only thing I haven't done is forge the axe head itself. So it'd be cool to do that. I would really like to learn that. But yeah, so it's that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff I just have playing in the background. This easel is also like vanishing, which is fine. I don't need all of it to pop out. It's kind of a benefit to have that leg kind of disappear and the cape to kind of like pop out in front, because with the kind of background dust disappearing off on the side, that stands out well enough, and I actually want that kind of flow where you're looking at this and you're like, oh, okay, I think that's an easel there, but it just kind of like becomes less important very quickly. It just kind of disappears into the background, and that works. It's part of that story that I wanted to tell, but you know, the more important thing is, what is this mouse doing? What is this canvas? The easel is there to just help you understand that, oh, that's a painting. So it serves its purpose and can fade off into the backdrop as needed. So this glow here, this glow is what I'm liking. It pops nicely. It makes it feel magical. This soft, fuzzy glow isn't really kind of hitting that. So I think I need to get more of the really bright, maybe hard-edged kind of aspects of this. And I think I'll follow the just kind of like keep that going a little bit more. Do I want it to be like really just punching us in the face with this beam of like gloopy magic, right? Or do I want it to be more subtle? I don't think this character is very subtle. So, and okay, so I just soften that edge, but do I actually want it to be like this hard edge with this like nice kind of green blue kind of glow backing that? I'm thinking that's the direction. So I'm gonna keep that edge, and we'll do like blobs coming off of it. But yeah, keeping that hard edge kind of works. We'll see. We can tweak all we like. Now, when it comes to kind of like, oh, this is applying to the painting, how do we show that well? Do we fade it in? Maybe. Like right now it's too much. Definitely too much. I put it all on one layer. Of course I did. Okay, so it's going to take a little bit of cleaning and fussiness to make that work. It's not the most balanced feeling yet. But yeah, I want that paint to pop. This somewhat helps with that, I think. Especially if we get that like white in the center of it. Right behind the paint globs. And we back. I wish I did this on a different layer before. And that can be on too. Forgot about that layer. And then we back it with that like that green, the nice kind of saturated green behind it, and then it kind of shifts into a blue. And this we can use our smudge to soften the edge. Okay. So there's a little more of that like beam connection there. It's still not exactly right, but is it just too connected? I don't know. The rhythm of it is something to figure out too, right? It's very easy to make something a little too repetitive or not repetitive enough. And I still don't necessarily fully know how to manage that kind of a balance. That is definitely a skill that needs developing. I think I've definitely improved on that though over the years. So I want it to feel like there's this movement in it, right? So it's like a wandering stream, and it's babbling out blobs of magic. So it's kind of like winding and spitting out kind of like blobs of magic. And I think it's sort of hitting that. It's better than it was. But how to kind of like transmute that onto the mace is the next question. I'm thinking, so this glow that we have behind the paint is the glow that should be behind the mace itself, especially the head of the mace. But I want it to kind of like go through the whole thing and show us that, okay, this magic is imparting something into this painting, and it is doing something to change it. And I like the idea of there being kind of like this work in progress look to it, where the top of it looks like real almost, or very ethereal maybe instead, or made of paint, but the bottom, near the bottom, it's more like it's still being sketched. It's a work in progress currently happening. So I think there's something with that I need to figure out. I totally agree with you, Roxanne, about that. It currently does feel like there is this disconnect from that like bright rainbow paint and the warm, fiery colors that the mace is being painted on. Totally agree. So that's another thing to kind of like, it's not connecting yet. I'm going to come back to that part of it closer to, well, I'm going to do the glow first. I think that'll help set the stage. But then, yeah, I think what we do is we take those globs of paint that are floating, and I think they can start rainbowy, and then maybe they like transition into those oranges and reds and browns. So it's like the spell, like it like sends out this like multicolored paint, and then as it gets closer and closer to the painting subject, it starts to take the color it's going to become the closer it gets, and that's maybe how that works. So Feels like there's, yeah, just my opinion. His shirt and the glow look too closely related, and you might be right. Yeah, like the color is very similar, uh, and so maybe we want to, yeah, separate those a bit more. That's not a bad point. Honestly, I kind of thinking like maybe we go more gold in that glow then, and that'll take us closer to this kind of fiery look to the paint. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna mess with that. I like that, thank you. And again, chat just accelerates so much. Okay, so this is behind. I need to figure out where is that? Here. Okay, I'll do another layer. Yeah, to really make that glow, I do need a backing color. And that's what that cyan does for me right now. And also, I don't want it to take away from that interesting detail of that canvas actually being cut out. So, need to like let that breathe somehow. Lobby. Alright. So, it's hard to say how well that is working. We can also change like the colors of the background, the mace, the canvas, stuff like that. They were just kind of placeholder anyways, and I'm wondering if there's stuff that I want to change on that. Refine that handle to kind of be a little bit thinner. Felt a little too chunky. But like, I want that to also feel like it's peeling up off of the canvas. So maybe we do something with the actual like reflectivity of the paint on it. Where it's peeling up, it's catching more light on that inner fold. Ooh, it's a warm one today. Cool. Okay. I think it's starting to be legible in terms of what is actually happening with this magic a little bit. Actually going to keep that like sketch portion on just the mace head itself, because it adds to that feeling like it's this drawn, painted thing, right? Okay. I'm wondering if that like flame is too much, you know? If I reel that in a bit, that'll assist it. Might actually be like, oh yeah, there's like darker blotches of paint up here, just to give us that like backing for this a bit better, which would make sense if they're painting like this flaming mace, you know, could have kind of the sooty fire look to it, smoke billowing off of it. Something like that. It draws more attention to the whole canvas, at least. It's an interesting like angle to it. It's kind of extreme there. Thinking that maybe I just need to clip a little bit off that top corner right there. That didn't work. That's why. Boop. No? Not that? Not that either. Okay. Well. There we go. I apparently just had the wrong tool. Still kind of an extreme angle, like I feel like that needs to come out a bit more on the right. Yeah, trying to envision how the paint is being applied here. It's kind of like it's just seeping into the canvas and going where he wants it to. It kind of is. So yeah, I think I need this glob to be doing something to it, right? Maybe the glob itself becomes less globular and like more ethereal the closer it gets. Because right now it's like thick and sticky, chunky, like opaque, blob, 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 and then just where does it go? Like it could turn into the colors that it's going to just kind of like mush around, or does it just kind of like turn into pure energy and magic? I don't know. Also, we have this like peeling the canvas apart. I'm thinking that maybe we can kind of like get away with giving it this kind of canvas edge here. Perhaps. Like, should it be like fibrous? Might not read very well. And if we have that like back glow, I think if anything it's going to be lighting that up quite a bit. I think we'll use other canvases to help tell that part of the story as well. Yeah, okay, that's another thing is like they could be like just floating around it too. Hmm. Yeah, like if they're orbiting around and just kind of infusing it with magic, that kind of makes sense. Uh, One thing I'll try right now, just to see how that works for it, is just making the colors closer to what's on the canvas, right? Still have that kind of acrylic or oil or whatever this material is shine uh, just a little bit. Okay, but that's like really like standing out so much. I don't want it to be quite like that. Hmm. Random idea. But what if it's almost like mushing its way into this like rippling through the canvas? Kind of weird, but I could see it. Kind of works. It's like each band of color that's kind of like going into it is just kind of smushing its way through the entire surface and finding where it settles. That's kind of interesting. I don't know if it's the direction I want it, but I kind of think there's something there. It feels a little more fantastical, right? Yeah, because it's less painting. It's actually just this magical kind of effect almost, right? Yeah, actually that kind of works. It's like rippling through the canvas itself. Use a softer edge here. Whereas right here it's kind of like shoving its way aggressively in. And then as it disperses throughout it, it kind of gets gentler and gentler. Hmm. Something maybe with this. It's kind of interesting. But yes, this is a commentary on the state of AI and art. So there's an interaction happening now. Actually, I'm thinking like, ooh, actually, what if it's not on top of the mace is on top of these weird ripples, and then they feel like it's doing something unique to it all. Let's just use it. I don't even know if that was noticeable. Hello? Oh, that's why. Yeah, that feels like it's doing something. And then I'm going to have that glow go right around the band of the mace. So I think that will actually assist it as well. Yeah, okay. Feels like there's a magical interaction that's happening now, finally. Just didn't really feel that before. It's like some magic is like causing the canvas to just like force it out and just peel off. Cool. Okay. I think that's kind of what it needed to have happen. Something like that. And let's see. Gloopy gooey magic. Get a little bit more kind of glow to it all around here. Cool. That's working. All right, let's save. All right, we are at 12:29. I kind of figured it might go until at least lunch, this one. I am hoping to wrap it up soon, though. But there is the detail of extra detail. And that can be easy to get absorbed by. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to just jump into quickly giving some of these background ideas. So props, we'll call this props, background props. And for this, I basically just want to have a few discarded canvases. Not too much. More so just kind of like evidence of more of these creations. So I could have like another angry mace back here. It'd be kind of neat if they were actually different like styles. Like, is this one actually just kind of like scribbled? A pastel version. Probably overcomplicating it, to be honest, but And do we want things other than maces? These are like, what are they called? Morning stars, I think. Only maces and mace-like things. Okay, I'm fine with that. Again, it's another benefit of chat is like, so why did you make that decision? It's like, well, I got the chat to tell me. They chose that, so if you don't think it works, blame them. Yeah. Maces and mace-like accessories, exactly. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of there being like, oh, this one's like a pencil sketch or something like that. Looks like a microphone with that cable hanging off of it. It's okay if Dave doesn't like it, he can dock my pay. Let's get like a mall. Big old, like, 120-pound hammer. I have no idea how much it would weigh. Seems like too much. Flail mace, yeah. Could see that being the thing. I'm just trying to like, okay, we'll very quickly, very easily get too noisy with these if I'm not careful, you know? So it's about trying to figure out, okay, where is that going to fit? I like the story, but it's got to kind of serve it rather than distract from it. And I think this one will be like very much in the background, you know? Yeah. He's a delicate artist of very non-delicate tools. I like it. I'm gonna add that to the upload for like suggestions on the description. It's a good one. Let's see. Get like a flail going. So we have some implements of the arts. And let's just get a few canvases. Do I just have one like... Because there's just so much to fit that it's actually like, I want to fit all these details, but balance. Gotta strike a balance. That's the tough nugget here. And I like the idea of like, here, look at this. This canvas has a hole where you can see it's like falling apart. That's interesting. Should have done all these on different layers. Or then again, maybe it's useful to be able to just move them around willy-nilly all at once. Like, what is the least distracting? They're all distracting. But again, part of it is like, okay, the values that they have, like the contrast. Because we have this kind of like dusty background, I can just fade them into that, and that'll help. So I want them to be legible. You can tell what it is, but not stealing the show, right? That's important. So I think I can actually just have that other canvas even behind the hand. And then we can use that to kind of like pop out the hand even more. If it's like a nice dark canvas or something like that. Feels less discarded here, like it was just transmogrified, transmuted, whatever. Just kind of blocking them in loosely so I can look at the values here. And now it's like, God, it's even harder to read, right? Like this hand and stuff, and just like, if I squint, I have no idea what's going on now. It's definitely too noisy. So I need to move some stuff. So, all right, we're gonna move you onto your own layer. We're gonna move you onto your own layer. Everybody gets their own layer. And you get a layer, and you get a layer. You get a layer, like an underground villain layer. Sweet. Okay, so now they should all have their own layers where I can just kind of like move them around, see what kind of works. This canvas up here is very distracting there. Maybe this one is for that morning star. And if we have kind of like more of that glow overtaking it, that might help. if they're kind of like going in different directions, that might also assist with the flow. I can certainly throw it further into the backdrop. I think that will help it. Okay. So the fingers can stand out in front of that. Can make that one work, I think. Yeah, I do like it showing more of that like ripped up canvas. I think that's kind of a cool use for having that there. And then that mall. You, my friend, just need to what do you need to do? Where are you going? I suppose I should have really sketched out this part of the concept because it's actually a huge part of the composition. Really, really, like, and this is something that we had kind of like discussed when we were working on this early last week. Just the concept of like, oh yeah, it'll have more of these floating in the background. I really should have kind of scribbled that in before I even really went to the rendering phase. So, my bad on that. Looks like it's kind of like sneaking in here. That might work. Sure. And maybe I just don't need to include all of these. Maybe too much. I think we can work with that though. Like as long as the values are knocked back into the background and we have that kind of magic glow overtaking a bunch of stuff, I think that'll work. So let's go with that. Sorry if it was hard to see that. I was zoomed out. Yeah. All right, so we have 15 minutes before we go on lunch. So I'm going to just kind of like really quickly block these in. They don't need to be highly detailed or anything. I will knock all these down even further though. Okay, that's a bit too far. I feel like we need a mouse that uses all these weapons and a mouse that makes magical canvases who really wishes this guy wouldn't keep destroying them. I like that. There's like a whole like factory, an order of operations. I like it. It's fun. this one. Yeah, one of the things that I'm gonna kind of be questioning later is like, should it be more paint-like? Should it feel like it was just a piece of art floating there? I don't know. I might try to give it a feeling of like a medium. Let's see if I can do that. If I make that look like a charcoal or something like that. And this one is the hanging mace, the flail. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm thinking they'll look similar at least. At minimum, I'm gonna try giving them that same like finish look to it, like that red and orange perhaps, with like the background glow behind them. But it's like, do I want to try different mediums? Would that be interesting? If it's like that one looks like it's watercolor and it's probably too complicated to really pull that off well. That's the thing. I do want to move on to the next project today. So, as interesting as that would be, maybe that's overdoing it. I don't know. Usually it being too much detail doesn't stop me though, so let's see. Okay, so let's just kind of quickly give it that pass. Yeah, no, like that's true. Probably stick to the same medium. It looks like paint is their forte, right? So let's just do it that way. We'll stick to the same. It makes sense. Yeah, I kind of like the idea that it's like, oh, these are different versions that it tried out. Maybe they weren't as successful. It's experimenting, trying to find that perfect weapon. Okay, and I think I'll lighten up those shadows. There we go. So it feels a bit further off in the distance. I mean, that isn't necessarily realistic. It's probably not like crazy far away where there's so much atmosphere between us. But I do have that kind of like dusty cloud whipped up behind. It'll look fine. Let's do a little glow behind you. Just so we know it's kind of the same thing happening. Now again, we are kind of like, oh, that's very much the shirt color. We can look at kind of like altering that a bit. But I think with this beam, we have more green, yellow kind of happening, so that's good. And when we like do our final pass, I want to put like that like magic glow on the edges of things and just kind of help them pop out, like the hand here. The hand kind of has that happening, right? I want that on the shirt, sleeves, and brim of the hat, and finish up these paintbrushes. And I think we got to wrap it with that. So we got 6 minutes. What I'll do is I'll just kind of quickly do those details after stream at least, or sorry, after lunch. But then I want to move on to the next project. So there's much to do. Much to do. I don't think we'll even kind of necessarily finish the other one today. But I think it'd be fun to kind of show and get feedback on it, you know, see what we want to do with that character. And yeah. Glow behind. I put the sketch as a part of that. Right. do much with that. Woo. That was too big a brush. Okay, so those might be pretty distracting, especially that one right there. Yeah, it's pretty distracting. I might have to pop the easel out to kind of like, well, I mean, we can give it glow. It would make sense that it would have it because it is lifting off the ground. So it wouldn't be a bad idea to do that. Let's see. It's just suddenly everything and its neighbors are getting glow and glow and glow, and it's a lot. Okay. We are pretty much at lunch though, so this might be a good time to step back from it anyways, because we're at a stage where it's like, okay, we're like adding quite a bit to the scene. It's a lot to manage, and we need to make sure it's not off balance because of it, right? So getting some fresh eyes on it will be quite helpful, because right now I'm worried that like this is a bit much. Alright, so that is lunch. So we're going to take an hour break, and I will put up a timer so you know exactly when I'm going to be back. I'll have a Larry link for you all, and we'll just wrap this up real fast, I think, because I think this is definitely like right about there. It's just suddenly it got a little noisy. All we need to do is probably put like some rim lights on things to just make them read against each other. Let's save. I kind of want to look at this grayscale really quick. Yeah, so this edge of the cape, that disappeared. I want that to pop, you know? So that canvas behind is hurting to read on the hand and the cape. I might have to just discard that, get rid of it, move it somewhere else. But yeah, the flow is kind of messed up. So, gotta tweak that. Tail is gonna need to be improved. That canvas is just placeholder anyways. That bottom elbow, a lot of stuff that are like, okay, just a little tweak will help a lot. Like the flail is like drawing way too much attention to itself. I think that like this morning star in the background isn't bad. The mall behind the easel, it kind of messes with the easel. We can play with them a little bit. It's fine. But yeah, I think honestly, like adding a glow, or like, sorry, not a glow. We have so much glow already. Adding a rim light to the mouse will really actually assist a lot. And so what I'll do is move this over, and let's watch that time lapse during lunch. Not that. Get out of here. Time lapse, export. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot going on. It's kind of getting noisy. I need to balance that before I'll be happy with it. But we'll get there. We always do. It's all part of the journey. Oh yeah, forgot about that ghost. Okay, so I'll come back soon. Let me see, get this going. So we need it at, we'll say 57 minutes. be back soon. And I'll see you with the Larry link and a lot more cool art to come. Hello, and we're back. Alright. Welcome back. Lunch is done. Alright. So, I have a Larry link for you. Let me grab that real quick. Make sure it works first, of course. Very important. Ooh, it's a nice one. Alright. Posting that in the chat. Kaboom. Grab that link while it's fresh. I see you, Discord. Told you it'd be a spoilery day. Now, I admit that one was not intentional. Unfortunately, some of the file folders are very long now. So, where normally they'd be hidden behind me in my camera. Yeah, that's a thing. Alright, well. Names are always a little kind of placeholdery until it's like ready for launch, though. Okay, so where we were at, we were kind of like making these implements magically delicious. And there's a number of things that I want to tweak on it right now, looking at it. So, first off, it's too noisy. It's a little bit hard to read, right? Like, there's just a lot going on. Things are not focused. So I was looking at kind of like, okay, well, how could I rearrange some of these things to work? And one of the things I thought of is like, okay, this canvas is like just connecting there. I liked there being this kind of like negative space around the hand here, and the canvas just kind of like got in the way of that. So I actually think, like, what if it was over here instead? That'll be easy enough to kind of implement there. And the other kind of magical implements that are a bit further away, I was thinking, you know, they're not too terrible, but if they actually had like the magic glow kind of just blowing them out a little bit more, that would look better. So this kind of like green, yellow, magic-y color here, if this was just washing it all out, I think that would help. And so if I use like a bloom kind of feeling to it, actually, you know, I should just do this on a separate layer. Put it right above everything else. Yeah, just kind of like let it get washed out a lot more. And real quick, I'm just gonna extend this. Oop, there we go. Okay. Actually, looking at that, I kind of want to have this kind of glowy, sticky magic kind of aura? I don't know what to call it. Not stick out quite as much. Like, it's interesting in a few spots, like off the actual weighted bit here. I think that looks kind of neat. Yeah, so that's a little more kind of pushed into the background, less distracting. It's good. I might even make this one just kind of like hanging out here. So you can kind of tell what it is. I think if it's washed out this much, that's not terrible. Again, like I want the character and that canvas up above to be probably the most just popping out. I think all the background stuff, I'm gonna like knock that into the like lighter tones. Maybe even just kind of have an overall gradient quality to it. So they all just kind of like come together on the same layer, but that feels like it's like behind everything else. I mean, it will be physically, but like in terms of like importance and kind of, you know, just like how much attention it draws. And if they kind of like all feel like they're on the same plane, I think that'll help. So like this canvas, I'm gonna need to tweak that. Let's get on the correct layer at least. Now, I don't want it to feel like the canvas is like, you know, just destroyed as in unintentionally, you know, like just kind of trashed, but more like, yeah, this was cut out and the canvas is just kind of flopping due to that. So there's this like clear and obvious like hole punched out of it. So like if this feels less shredded, that might help. So less kind of weird fibers. It looked like it was torn out, maybe a little more intentional cutout. It's hard to make that communicate properly. Plus, again, I want it to fall back and be like super not important. Just there to kind of like enhance the storytelling a little bit. Ooh, that should be a layer behind that. There we go. Yeah, this is an awful lot of magic all at once. Okay, and then I'm gonna have the canvas itself just really get muted down. It's quite kind of dark and popping out, so I'm gonna lighten that up. We'll give it some color to do that. Actually, let's do it on a layer above. Some like orange. Bit of green. And I'll just kind of smudge it together a little bit. I'm just gonna tweak it so that where it's folding in, it has like a different value. Hopefully that works. Okay, and then above that all, we're gonna have just a little bit of that kind of blooming glow around it. just to wash it out a bit more. Okay, so hopefully that kind of helps with the hierarchy of it all. I can lighten that up a bit. Yeah. Could be worse. I think the cape here, if I kind of bring that down even more, that'll help it. I just don't want it to get too dark, because I still want it to feel like it's kind of, you know, bright and saturated and not a luminosity layer. There we go. I mean, maybe I need to tweak the background behind the character a little bit, stuff like that. Yeah, I think when I like add that rim light to the mouse, it's gonna help a bit too. So should do that sooner than later. All right, so this mouse here, I just want to lighten this up a bit more. It's just drawing way too much attention to itself. So we'll do just a new layer above it all. We'll do our occlusion brush. Grab this kind of glowy yellow and just lose all those sharp edges, really. Just let that light bloom and fill in that. Just wash it out. You still see, you know, what it is, but it's just less important than the rest of the scene. Cool. This mall kind of coming through here, I'm not too concerned about that one. I kind of feel like it's nice to have one that feels a little bit closer than the other ones. This one looks like it's kind of like creeping up behind the easel. Why not? I think maybe if anything, I'll just lighten up the back of the handle there. Cool. All right, just gave it a little bit of interesting light. And let's just soften that hard edge on the front. That's it. Just get rid of those hard edges and it'll just kind of feel less in our face. Lose those edges. All right, so that feels like it's kind of like falling back a bit, which is good. Now, look at our character. So our character is still kind of competing with stuff. The canvas at the bottom, not really very resolved. I think I'll just kind of quickly give it a little bit of color. Now this one could be an unmodified canvas, like they haven't started this piece yet, right? So that could be a thing. were talking about a blank canvas earlier. Let's give this mouse that ultimate foe, a blank canvas. Of course, this one seems to know what its goals are. Bludgeoning and such implements. Okay, I don't need it to be that white. Okay. And that's just gonna like disappear into that background, which is fine. We don't need this one to kind of like read very clearly. It's just a small little detail, and I'd rather it not distract. Okay, so this feels a little bit more in control now, which is very important. So what I want to do is I want to bring this canvas and mace, the main kind of part of this design story, I want to pop that out more. So I'm going to go back to this canvas. I'm going to darken that edge even more, just so that it really does pop out quite a bit. Okay, so that's kind of more noticeable now. All right, and yeah, I think we can just get the edge lighting on the mouse, and then we'll just kind of like give it a once over, like see if there's little details like this tassel. I mentioned it at the start. It just needs just a little bit of rendering, and we'll give that a more appropriate shadow color there. There you go. It's like a paintbrush tip, right? And these pencils and brushes just also need a little attention. I'm totally on the wrong layer for that. Whoopsies. Okay. That's why it's just a really big glow that's kind of getting in the way. And where am I? Here. There we go. Oh, welcome, Farmer Bob. Okay, so I'll go around, I'll find all those little details. This here, I also want to touch up some stuff on it. Get a little more kind of detailed shapes. And all right, I think It's high time we just start hitting some surfaces with some rim light. So we have this magical kind of green, cyan, yellow kind of glow here. So I'm thinking I'm just gonna let this like very light fabric kind of just grab some of that color and run with it. I want it to feel like a very billowy, soft, puffy kind of satin. I don't know what the material would be, but like it would, you could like inflate it right here, and the air would be kind of like going through it, lights going through it a little bit. Whereas other parts that I want this magical light to be kind of giving some dimension to, it'll just be like a hard edged light, like on the hand here. Speaking of which, I think I'm gonna just take that a little bit further. And one thing is like, you can kind of work and try and be like as realistic with your lighting as possible, and that used to be kind of my shtick. Whereas like, okay, if it's unrealistic to be there, I definitely don't want to render it there. But I have kind of changed my tune a little bit more around that, where if it'll make it look better, i.e. it'll read more obviously, then I don't mind faking the lighting on that actually. Being a little unrealistic for the sake of making it easier to see it and understand what you're looking at is actually a pretty effective tool and trick to use. Which I did not fully appreciate in the past. Okay. Just trying to figure out what layers are what. This one's the one I want. So I'm going to go, it's a little too yellow. Cool. And this one, I'm just going to make it feel very metallic in that reflection. Kapow. Okay. The hat itself, I also want to give a nice punch. Again, it's like, is it gonna have that like rim light right there really? But if I give it that, is it gonna be easier to see on that background? Yeah, it does seem like it helps. So there we go. Same with up here on the shoulders. Should be clipped to it. There we go. I'm not certain this material should have kind of like a rim light, you know, it's like a heavy wool or something like that. Maybe not super heavy, but it's like definitely a thicker and heavier material, like a matte kind of material, but I want it to pop out on this backdrop more. I guess the felted hat and this should kind of like have a similar feeling to them, to what the material is. So like maybe I just need to darken it up here. Darkening it does help with the kind of like grouping of the values, but I think both things, like darkening it down and then just still giving it that rim light, it's just gonna like really kind of pop it out in a way that I want it to pop out. We could even give it like a trim, like a gold trim or something like that to excuse that kind of edge, which might be a good way to do that. Maybe we'll try that. Let's see. So if I go across this with gold, I could do the same on this one here. Yeah, that might be a way to get away with that. Sure. Okay. Then we can get more interesting contrasts punching around and looking cool. Gold is always like a fun material. To play around with, like getting the light quality to read in it, making it feel like it's reflecting the room, but like only in kind of gold hues. I like rendering metals and stuff. It's probably why there's so much of it in MouseHunt. Because I'm a weirdo that likes painting in material, reflections, stuff like that. There we go. I kind of want to give it a tassel now. Shall we? Let's do it. Now, is that gonna be too much for that hand? Maybe. Or not. That's maybe not bad. It's subtle. Some pieces of ripped canvas at the floor or finished item. Yeah. Love figuring out what exactly is being reflected in each of the crumb traps. It is an interesting thing to try and figure out what to reflect in them too. It's true. Okay, so this leg, I'm going to just play up this rim light really. Come on. There we go. I feel like for this whole character, I'm just kind of gonna go overboard, because why not? I feel like this character would want that, you know? So this green here, the pants, Is this the topmost layer? It is not. This one is. Oh, but actually I do want to use this layer. Now, realistically, the cape should be blocking a lot of this light, so would it be here on this thigh? Probably not. Are we going to put it there anyways? Yeah. Also, we could have a bit of the this kind of softer material, kind of giving off a bit of light. In a sense, like it's picking up some of the blues and stuff from this, just kind of filling space with it. It kind of brings those together just a little bit. At the bottom of the cape, just wonder if I need to just kind of bring those together a little bit. Something like that. Actually, I want to use a little bit of an edge here, even from like the magic of the easel or something like that. Why not? Again, I'm just kind of like playing off this ridiculous amount of glow that's everywhere, just seeing what I can get away with at this point. To be honest, bit of an experiment. Okay, because we have the mouse being reflected on the ground, I really do want to get this easel reflection as well. I'm going to do this on a different layer though. Okay, that's all it needed, just a hint of it. Right, so much glow. I almost wonder if this hand just needs to kind of like have an oomph behind it now, just to be able to compete with this entire scene. Let's see what that does. Actually, I want it to go behind the wrist now. Yeah. Maybe? A lot of people ask artists, what kind of tools do you use? kind of thinking that's like a big part of how to get better, is to use better tools. And though it can help, I think that a big part of it is just kind of the developed skill, right? Maybe this glowing hand is kind of like showing that it's not just in this magical paintbrush. It's not just the tool being used to create this, but the mouse itself imbuing it. So that could be, the paintbrush is like creating the image and the mouse is imbuing it. Perhaps something like that. The tool is just a focus. Okay, let's take a look at the value structure now. So I'm thinking that this is kind of at least legible, whereas before it was starting to get a little bit chaotic, like a little too chaotic. So I'm feeling better about this now. I could probably ease up on some of the outer glow on the items in the background, but I'm thinking right now, where we're at with this, it's good enough. At least for me to kind of like sit on it for the weekend and then look at it on Monday, upload it then, and see if there's any kind of like 10-minute tweaks to do on it. So one thing I can do right now is just kind of like add in a few final touches for this, because obviously these need to be finished a little bit. Let's give this paintbrush just some simple hog hair or something, I don't know. What would it be for mice? Okay. I'm also excited to just kind of work on the next mouse. There's a good amount of stuff I want to tackle, and I think I'll be able to get some interesting input from you all on it, so be curious about your reactions to it. Not that I'll be able to go into much detail about the character, but I think it'll give you some ideas. Okay, so where this one is, I would say that we are pretty much as far as we're going to get on that today. And I'm okay with where it is. I'm going to just lighten this one up just ever so slightly. This as well. There's a lot of layers going on in this image. Okay. So, this is the orientation of the image. It's busy. There's a lot happening. It's fun. I think there's just a lot to like about it, but also a lot that's like challenging to keep balanced. Um, so yeah, a few things that I'm probably gonna want to tweak, but again, right now I'm just kind of like, okay, I'm gonna set this aside. I would say it's done. But I do know that I'll like spot things before I actually export it, or as I'm exporting it. That's actually sometimes what happens. I'll be uploading it, and then I literally see like, oh wait, there's a detail that's just totally overlooked. Hang on, make the tweak, re-export things, go to upload again. So that'll happen with this character. It's fine. But yeah, where it's at, saving, moving on. All right, so just finish saving. Here we come to mouse number 2. Now it is 2:40, and I'm not sure how long we're going to go today. I'm basically going to go until I'm like exhausted enough to be like, okay, I'm done. But we're either going to get a whole lot done or not a lot's going to happen, but I'll be working at it hard because it's a detailed piece. There's a lot happening with it, but it's also exciting and interesting. So let's take a look, shall we? So here we have some kind of interesting song. Yeah, this is what I was working on this week. It's a fair amount of intricate details, things to kind of ponder about, as they seem like they do as well. But yeah, so what I'm going for with this one, it's a little bit 3D, but no, it's not actually. I kind of want to give it a little bit of that feeling, but more like it's creating duplicates, and those are like red shifted and blue shifted or something like that, you know? So I don't want them to be like exact copies. If I can kind of manage to fit that in the schedule, it's a little kind of like busy with it, but I want it to kind of like have these copies around it, but like maybe their poses are just like a little bit different, like it's moving in different time frames or something cool like that. Just a fun idea I had. But yeah, so the actual character itself isn't fully rendered. Like there's just kind of like some details. It's kind of like magical focus is like a sextant along with a ruler combined that I thought would be fun. So I wanted them to feel very kind of like calculating and meticulous details and stuff like that. A little bit fashionable at the same time with this kind of like pinned shawl and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a fun character. I'm enjoying working on this one, and it's just going to be kind of maybe polishing up the actual character itself first, or do we want to try and kind of work out these kind of facsimiles, these copies or something like that. Like one idea I have is this like sextant is kind of like they're all kind of pointing it into the same spot, and like this hand might be in a slightly different gesture, the head might be turned a little bit, same with this one. Yeah, I think it'd be cool if they like are at least noticeably different from each other. And I was actually thinking, like, with the original design, I'm like, oh, what if there's like even more of them, and it like spans the width, and they're in different poses, like one's reading, and they're kind of all like doing different things. That could be cool. It could be a lot of extra work, but I think it could be a lot of fun too. And I don't know, as a mid boss, I'm kind of like, I want to like overdo it and just go ridiculous. So thoughts around that basically is where I'm at. So this glow here, I want that to be in front. Right now it's behind everything. Unfortunately, this glow is working because it's behind the mouse, but this one over here. I need to cut that out, I think. Bring those together. Let's raise it up above the mouse. I don't remember what's in that folder. Oh, it's just like the actual sketch. That's fine. Okay, so now if I bring this one back, it's behind that glow. That works. That's what I want. Okay. I'll just kind of soften that glow a bit. Hide that, and just kind of soften that edge too. Cool beans. Okay. Bring that back. Maybe bloom that out a bit more. Yeah, the interesting thing about designing stuff in MouseHunt is it's kind of like you figure it out as you go. I wasn't sure what this character was really doing until it was kind of coming along. I had a vague idea, but a lot of it just kind of comes out of the works. It's fun to see where things end up. Oh, wrong layer again. My bad. I was wondering what was happening. Shoot. Okay, actually, if I do this, should be able to grab only the tweaks I made just now. Cut that and move you up here. Okay. That's fine, I can work with that. Interesting. How did I do that? Oh, I get it. I see what I did. I see what I did there. Hopefully this works. Better. I need to clean that up again. This time I'll make sure I'm on the correct layer. Silly me. Okay, I am on the layer. Alright, now I come in with like the white. There we go. It's like that doesn't seem very bright. Guy's pondering some orbs, you know? That's how it goes. When you're this powerful, you just sit and ponder. Pondering some Steves. Okay, so one of the things I could do is just kind of adding some shading to like the silver banding on everything. I kind of want to I want to make him in like fancy pajamas. It's basically my goal. I don't know why, but I'm just like, yep. That's what he'd be wearing, fancy pajamas. Okay, so the hat glow. This we're gonna put a background glow on these, I think. I should use, yeah. So I want these to feel like floating lights on his, like they're orbiting the hat kind of vibe. So they should probably all be bright enough to pull that off. Cool, 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 cool. Alright. Back to that. Here we go. Those look like they're glowing now. Oh. Sweet. I like magic glowiness, if you couldn't tell. Okay, so that's pretty intense. It's probably too much. Now that I've zoomed in, I'm kind of like, it might be a bit much. Or does it just need to... have more of a perimeter? Okay, I want to knock these down just a hair. They're just a little too bright, I think. It'd be distracting, you know? So like, what if I did that? That feels a little better. A little more muted. Even more. Let's see what that does. Okay. It's a bit dark. Ooh. That's nice. I want it to feel more like a firefly, or, well, I mean, that'd be a different color, but more muted. Okay, that's too muted. Honestly, what if... maybe... Hello? Why are you not drawing now? What's happening? Okay, this. Okay, what if I just lower the opacity of both of these so they're like a little bit translucent? That might be subtle enough. Again, it's kind of a case of I need to see the rest of it to really be able to kind of figure out how far is far enough, you know, and it's good to push things too far so you can pull it back. And like with the duplicates, how's that going to balance out, you know? So I'll leave it at that. It's kind of one of those finer details to solve, right? I want to sit and ponder for a living, right? Wouldn't that be the best? just staring at an object and just kind of like, yep, success. That is like the goal. Getting to kind of like the golden years where you're just like on a porch with like a hose, and you just kind of like ponder things, and then if there are like youths too close, you can just spray them with the hose. Be like, you're not ready yet. Youths. Okay. It's my goal anyways. Gotta have goals in life. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll have like a flight of orbs to ponder every day. Just kind of switch it up, you know. I don't wanna be the guy that just ponders one orb forever. Okay. So this is the rest of the outfit's trim. Let's kind of just do a separate layer so we can just kind of quickly knock that out, pull it back where we need to. Yeah, we clearly have like a bit of this kind of reflectivity with this. Hoping that kind of has like, you know, an interesting and maybe slightly fancy look because it's a weird material with weird details. Pontificate on this. Yeah, I really don't want to go into any specific details about, you know, who this character is, what they're kind of doing exactly, but it seems like it's kind of interesting. Now, one thing that I will talk about is I did see that Discord saw some file names or file folder names, and if you're observant, you might guess that this could be some kind of blackboard behind the character. Got a little please leave on flow going on. So we have a kind of teaching thing going on here, perhaps. And just because there are parallels to existing uh, media that is out there, I just wanted to like make a statement about kind of where I am on all that. Um, there will almost certainly be people making parallels to kind of like a specific author's body of work, which is well known and has had a lot of impact on people in many different ways. But one thing I want to make clear is that what we are creating here is not trying to kind of like dip into that kind of territory. This where we're going with this is our own kind of like intentionally uh, aspect of kind of, it's how to put this. Well, I mean, it is a kind of academia setting with magic, and I just want to be clear that like I don't want this to associate at all with a particular author who's kind of done a lot in that specific territory, because I feel strongly about uh, what that ends up representing, and I do not want that. Uh, Hopefully that made sense to anybody. But yeah, it's important to me. Yeah, it's a cool like genre theme, stuff like that. And we're doing our own kind of like fun ideas and have a lot of stuff we're exploring. But I don't want to kind of like make people think that we're kind of like going into that space and kind of doing it for any of those reasons. This is kind of totally our own exploration of an interesting, landscape. So, just so that makes any sense, that I am wholly on love and acceptance and all that. No, exactly. Like the magic school trope is certainly not that like maybe a well-known author around that, but it's been around. But yeah, it's super important to me that um, I am super against her messages about people's rights, very much. So yeah, I don't want to give any kind of endorsement to her by kind of being like, look, magical school stuff, because people will draw parallels to it, and unfortunately, that will probably be discussion points, and that might upset a lot of people, and I don't like that that's probably going to happen, and that sucks. And if you see that and that makes you uncomfortable, I'm sorry. But this is a cool like story we want to tell here, and just kind of like material is super ripe for just a lot of fun stuff. So we want to do our own thing with it, and just kind of make our own kind of fun story in this kind of realm, because it's fun. Yeah, so just so that it's known like where we are with this, like we've had discussions internally about how to kind of make sure we're doing this right, and just kind of like not kind of like making it where we're gonna accidentally upset people, because I don't want to do that. I care about you guys, all of you. But yeah, so that's my very awkwardly put statement about it. But yeah, peace, love, and respect. Plur. What was it? Peace, love, unity, respect. Yeah, back from the raver days, huh? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Let the art speak for itself. Okay, so there is Yeah, I've mentioned it on Discord before, and I figure I might as well on Feedback Friday. And if anyone ever wants to talk to me about it as well, like totally reach out. I am definitely interested in kind of like being able to have these human dialogues and make sure that, you know, we are kind of understanding and doing it right. Okay. So, how I want to tackle the multi mouse here. I don't know what I'm calling them. Um, like, I could finish this character and then almost like export a version of him and import it again and then just kind of like paint over and tweak it. That might be a bit much for how to do that though. Let's see. What layer is that on? There's like this plus here. I want to know where that is hiding. Okay, it's not on that mouse. Is it on the glow? Not that glow. Okay, it's not on that mouse. That's what I thought. Okay, it's in this backdrop glow. That was like from the original sketch that I was working on. But it's better to have those kind of like stars and stuff floating on a different layer. It's more manageable that way. I was like, maybe it's on the chalkboard? I don't know. Multi-mouse. One idea I had was like, these duplicates are like coming out of the blackboard or something weird like that. I had a lot of ideas. Like there was a bunch of different scribbles and sketches. And I feel like when I do the time lapse, we might see some of them. There were more. I had like separate files where I was like, you know, just whipping out ideas because this one I wanted to have a lot of fun with, but wasn't sure even what direction I wanted to go in. But I like this. I want it to feel like some kind of like just crazy hyper like over the top of your head professor kind of character where like everything is like just so precise and like, you know, plotted out or something, that to like follow along you're like lost the whole time, and he just every once in a while stops and ponders an orb. Maybe he's got a few. That'd be fun. Each one maybe has a different orb they're pondering. But also, I liked the imagery. I don't know why so much of like this character just kind of like floating and kind of like propping themselves up. Originally, it was just kind of like a simple short cane, but then I was like, I want it to be like calipers and measuring stuff. You know, I don't want it to be just like a magic wand or like a magic staff. That's, you know, we have so many of those. What would this professor have, this character who's kind of like wizened and studying all the, you know, crazy details of celestial bodies or whatever. What would they use? And the sextant kind of made a lot of sense. Navigation using stars, plotting out kind of like constellations, the moon's phases, stuff like that. Stuff that happens at night. You know, there we go. It's kind of like the area that I started to explore. And one of the things is for the palette for this character, I wanted it to be kind of shadows and purples and, yeah, shadow. So silvers fits that, you know. I didn't want it to be like brass and gold and stuff like that. So usually you have kind of like a brass like material for your kind of like sextant, but I'm like, let's try silver, pewter. I don't know. Pewter would probably make a terrible. It would absolutely make a terrible device. It's got to be very, very precise and rigid. You don't want to make it out of pewter. That's a bad idea. Thank you, phone. But yeah, so I'm kind of like, I don't know if that color is going to work so well, but we'll try it. Just thinking, like, is there a different material that would work? But all the other kind of metals that I would want to do are more warm, and I want it to feel cooler. I mean, it could be. No. Exactly, yeah. Silver is associated with the moon. That's kind of part of that concept, right? Yeah. Chrome. We'll not go there. Not there. Not today. Okay. Yeah, let's just kind of like use silver on this. I think that makes sense. This should be its own folder, I think. Okay. So I did break it into 2 parts. I will start with like a gradient on it actually. I haven't been doing that as much, and I like when I do that. It kind of tends to work. I'm gonna use this one. Yeah. Also, we haven't looked at it in the grayscale so much. The background, I'm not totally sure how that's going to play out, but I think we'll have, you know, like the same kind of dusty backdrop behind the character, so I should probably knock that out before I go too far into kind of like, this is the value structure. So let me just import image, do the same thing I did earlier today. Put this to probably 150. Yeah. All right, and we'll knock that down 50% for now. Boop. 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 I think I need to perhaps like fill this canvas more as well. The character and the board. Thinking. You can do it. There we go. Yeah. So I want to fill that just a little bit more. Let's just drop these in here, and actually I'm going to see about just kind of moving them over even more. Might be easier to kind of show them being in slightly different poses if we can kind of see the face. Originally I was like, yeah, I'll have 5 of them, but that might be a bit ambitious. So let's just shift them over. Let's see about doing little tweaks. And I don't want it to be like, oh, I'm just going to re-render this whole character, but like, moving the hat, moving the face over, moving the hands a little bit, the tail or something like that. I think that's doable and won't be, like too crazy. But at the same time, I did like what I had going with 5 of them. But maybe it's because it felt like it was filling this canvas more, like there was less kind of just empty space. And right now, I think that maybe, like, do I just need to blow the chalkboard up more? Put it off to the side a bit more? Move the mouse over more? It's hard to say. I just want it to fill more. It doesn't feel like it's kind of quite right. This glow, how's that working? That's behind the mice. I feel like it, this is supposed to be up here. Yeah, okay, there we go. That looks better. I want them to be subtle. So I might make them a little less subtle than that now. Because when I kind of figured out their coloring, I didn't have the blackboard behind them. So let's try 62. They're a little more existing. It's good. I think, however, I'm going to move them all a little bit more to the right. Well, maybe not. I can figure that out later. Okay, now it looks like they're like doing a dance together. Synchronized dancing. This is how I'll get them to pay attention. Perfect. Flawless. Okay, it's something. I'll come back to these duplicates. I'm gonna ignore them for now, I think. Yeah. Okay, so the blackboard, maybe a little too tight in the corner there. Yeah, I think that this should have some nice kind of light hitting it. And we'll knock this down now. Bit big, that brush. Actually, the trim on the outfit, I was like, I don't know, maybe it's like, what is it called? Like a veneer scale. I feel like I said the name wrong. Also, it's supposed to have teeth. Probably the easiest to erase them away. Darken that a bit. Too dark. There we go. Yes, some days I just want to draw every tooth in a cog. What can I say? It's so warm right now. Thankfully I don't have a cat on my lap. I'm kind of surprised about that. Normally they're like, it is extra toasty. Let me get up on that lap and just make sure that you are just a bucket of sweat. That's how I like to exist, says all of my cats. Yeah, I am a bit extreme with my attention to detail. I agree. Some days, just can't help it. Yeah, that was a bit much. But you know what? Like, it might just, you know, just that. If you catch just the edge of the teeth, kind of gives it a little something. Will it actually read at size? Certainly not. Almost definitely no. Alright, well, I think that's probably enough detail on that. Let us Boop, boop. On to the next too detailed portion. Get a little mirror going on there. This one I would say could be silvered. He would have the fancy version. Although, no, I'll just have it split. Okay. Cool. Alright. Let's keep going. Try not to get too bogged down in details, Jacob. Give it a shot. I'm going to let this apply the whole thing. We'll move on from that. I think that's sufficient. Let's even put that up. Yeah, we'll leave it where it is. Okay. So, I think we have enough detail that I'm comfortable kind of working on the duplicates at this point. So what I'll do, drink a little water, and ponder. Yep. All right. Oh, my computer's pondering now. There we go. Okay. So mouse, you're good. Other mice. Let's take a gander. Oh. Gotta adjust my legs. Okay. So, I'm thinking I'll start with the blue side here. And what I might do is put this at like 100% and then hide this pondering just so it's not in the way. And then what I want to do is kind of like at least move this arm to kind of like make the device line up. They're like pointing towards each other. And then maybe have its head kind of turned outwards more. I think that'd be kind of good if like the red and the blue, like the outside ones, are kind of like turning away from the central one, or would it be better if they're all both like turning inwards and looking at it together? I think turning out, because then they can be doing different things. This one in the center is pondering. The other one could be, like pointing at something, or yeah, I'll figure it out. Like, what if the blue one's taking a measurement, actually? That could be kind of cool. Yeah, exactly. Diverging timelines kind of thing could be neat. Or something like that. I agree. So, let's see. I don't want them to be, like, ultra different, but the more different they are, the more interesting it is, I think. And the more... Like, what if it's actually measuring it? Okay, I have an idea. What if I put a layer over top of all of this, and then we can kind of like really loosely scribble out different poses, and then just kind of go in and tweak them to match. Just to explore. We haven't done any like sketching of figuring out an idea today, and that's kind of one of the more fun things to do on stream. So this one, I like the idea that they're looking over this way, and kind of like maybe the arm is kind of like raised up and just kind of like that is turned, right? Like if you're gonna clone yourself, duplicate yourself, whatever this character is doing, being multi-dimensional, phasic, whatever, you don't want them all doing the same thing. It should be more efficient if you're all kind of working on something else. So yeah, I think having like a different activity would be ideal now that I'm thinking about it. So is this one just kind of like holding up something and observing that now? Use like yeah. So they're like studying or looking at this potion or something like that. And then the tail, I think I want that to kind of come in closer to the original tail. So that's good. Something like that's kind of neat. And then this one, I like the idea of them kind of just like using... Okay, so either I have the device kind of going towards the other one, in which case, I gotta maybe repaint that. going to be a bit much. Or I like lift it up and extend it. Oh, like they could all be holding the same one? That'd be interesting. I didn't even think of that. We're just holding hands. Kind of like that. This one's, I don't know, ghostly reaching through. Ooh. Don't know if that one works. Okay. That one's fun, but harder to kind of convey clearly, I think. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like they're taking a measurement with it would be good. Where it's like holding it and looking into it. Might be a bit more complicated, but I mean, I chose this direction, so I deserve it. It's going to be hard to see in the sketch, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, I think just making sure, and also actually this really helps fill the canvas better, which was what I was concerned about earlier. So I think that's actually the right thing. So holding it up, and I'll have the fold ruler extended too, because I wanted to show that it can do that. Yeah. So I definitely made it more complicated, but you know what? You know what? Why not? Okay, that's supposed to be horizontal. Okay, so I'm actually following the rules of how they're supposed to work. Ooh, this will be like that. And I want that to be more tilted forward, because then I would be aiming it up into the sky. And that'll fill the canvas better. Cool. And we'll have this kind of, you know, getting in the way, hiding some of the details. Save me a little bit of rendering, I think. Yeah, all at once. Exactly. Harder to, with this pose where I'm turning the character as much as I am. But yeah, I do agree that I do want it to feel like this is all happening at the same time. Well, I do like the tails kind of all meeting up, or at least very close to. Ooh, maybe they're all like collecting around something. That'd be weird. I don't know. Might work. Get that chiseled beard. Okay. I think that that's a pretty good direction. Now this one rotated like all the way to the side might be a bit much. Maybe they are just kind of turning. That might help with the kind of time dilation feeling. So we'll still see like that brooch there maybe. Like have the hand very similar, but like slightly turned. Yeah. Yeah, I think I want to be able to show that that hand is the same. It's just a slightly different angle. And then this one, I think I can have the device kind of extend out towards the other one, maybe? Hmm. I might adjust the tails so that they all kind of work together better. That's kind of interesting. Let's move these back here. Whoops. Not there. Here. And drop this. Might be harder to read them, but okay, yeah, I'm gonna put this behind them so it's easier to see them. Okay. Yeah, I certainly made it more complicated. Yep. I'll leave it at that. I made it more complicated. Okay. But I'm gonna do it. Okay, so to do this, let's see. I'm gonna save. And let us, because one of the things I still want to keep is it has this kind of colored haze over it, and then we lose some of the opacity of it. Opacity. Um, so that like I don't need to fill in the details like as precisely. Uh, that might help as well. Hi, Charlie. You gonna come onto my lap? What it is this toasty? Hmm? Yeah? Or are you just gonna be in front of my drawing tablet? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. There you go. Little cat break. These toe beans. Okay. She was gonna go for my lap, and then I would actually melt. Okay, fine. Fine. I'll allow it. Okay, so just trying to think of the most efficient way to do this. I'm gonna duplicate you just so that I can come back to it. And now I'm just gonna start grabbing things and manipulating them. Okay, so the hat, move it over here, do a little bit of warp, a little bit of twist. And I kind of want to move the moons, but that I can deal with later. Not critical. Alright. Face. Oh, the face. I'm gonna move you. Ooh. Didn't grab the beard. Scooch you over here. And these hands are gonna get, well, that hand I'll keep. This one's gonna be changed. But what I'll do is I'll actually just merge that. Okay, and we're gonna move your luscious beard over here. Hide that ear there. This one comes forward, and again, we just need to kind of like block it in so that it's kind of like, okay, I get it. Because there's a good chance that we might just obscure a lot of this. The actual sketch of this. I kind of probably want to have this above. And then just really knock that down quite a bit. Okay, so now have the arm. Oh, okay, it is on a different layer. Okay, so grab all that. Could even grab that hand. Just trying to figure out where the trim is at. Oh, it's this one. There we go. Okay, add that. And now, if I do something like grab this and just kind of break that elbow, you know how it is. Do that. Drop it down a little bit. I didn't grab the hand. That's fine. Okay. Just gonna merge that. Okay, so now he's kind of like leaning off to the side, but his legs are still very similar. So I do want this to be leaning too. See if this works. Probably won't. Like scooch it over too. Okay. Now the shoal thingy, it's definitely gonna have to change. Cool. Okay, and now this. I'm actually just gonna steal the other one. Goodbye. A yoink. Rather than re-rendering all that. Ooh, actually this is gonna have to go down. There we go. So I'll adjust that to line up where it should. Guess it might have made sense to put them on different layers, but oh well. Let's see if I can get this to go. Actually, I'll use this brush, or this selection tool here. Paint in my selection this way. Okay, this is not going to work, but we'll try. Okay, so I'm going to put the pivot point up here, and then we're going to rotate this. Could have been worse. Okay, and the shawl just needs to almost be redone. This one's more complicated than the other one, so should go faster. I am a little bit tempted to have them have different kind of moon settings That'd be kind of interesting. This one's like a toenail moon. Or half moon. Just like a little detail like that. Alright, let's just move that tail. Okay, so that is probably enough to kind of capture that concept pretty effectively. Let's see if it looks good with that turned off. Okay. Yeah, he's kind of ghostly, which is neat. Kind of shadowy. Yeah, I can mess around, make certain things read better, not kind of like get in the way of the board. And then also I want to turn on the pontification. And maybe I'll just kind of move that around actually, just to, you know, maybe it's like, oh, it's right in front of this character. So it's very clearly, this is what this one's focused on. This one's focused on a different thing, or who knows what, right? Let me try that out. Alright, so we got that one. And let's try out the next one. I don't need to do another copy of that mouse, to be fair. I can just copy the more worked up one anyways. And turn that off. We'll set you to 100%. I might actually steal the noggin from the other one. But largely, the rest is pretty similar. Actually, okay, here's a better way to do that. I have an idea. Okay, grab that, grab that. And that. Okay, we'll get all that. Yes. Make a selection and edit and whoop. Do one of those. Okay. That earring has only got it on one side. Let's see if I grab the hand properly this time. Don't know how well this will work, but oh, right, forgot that. Where is that again? This one, I think. Okay, and flip it, twist it, lock it, rotate it. Not bad. There are worse ways to deal with that. Okay. The control key just popped off. There we go. Wonky. Very wonky. Let's try that again. And we'll give it actually I want it to be more of like just a simple beaker. Nah, actually I did like that kind of potion bottle look. turn that face just a little bit more. I just noticed that I like sliced this moon. My bad. It's like it never happened. Okay. Maybe I can use the liquify brush. Gonna turn off that. I guess I could just merge it. That might be useful. Oh. Live 2D? Never worked in that. It's like doing 3D but in 2D, I guess. I don't know. I'm familiar. So, so this tail is going to go in a bit too. Tail started to fall apart. Just rotate it a bit. Cool, okay. So something like that is what I'm imagining. And that, I think, actually works not terribly. I kind of want to move them all a little bit. Probably give the other ones a little bit of a glow because the background is a bit distracting. But now that I've repositioned them, I can do that. So, like, I just like the idea of that coming out past the board. And of course I can adjust the board itself. And same with this, I just want it to break that edge. Alternately, if they're closer together, does that potentially work better? Where the tails are all coming from the same spot. I kind of like that. Kind of like that. Yeah. Yeah, I do like that. That works. Yeah, where the tail's all coming from the same spot and kind of like curling it in the same way. That does look more neat. I do want to give them a little bit of a glow though, because I think that will actually help them to read better. Yeah, maybe I'll hide it on the other one, or move it over even closer. I'll try moving it over. Pretty neat. Yeah. And I like the tails combining. That definitely works. Okay. Alright. So, what I want to do is, look at these arms. Just leftover arms, you know? Sometimes you just need some spares. Okay. I'm going to put similar glow behind the character now. Let's bring that up real quick though. There we go. Turn that off. Okay, and boop, boop, boop. Now, for this one, same deal. I don't know if I want it to be behind the sextant or not. A little bit. We'll try that with a little bit. Turn that on. Lower that. And bring back the main mouse. Okay. Well, there we have. Not bad. Not bad. I wasn't expecting to be able to actually pull that off, to be perfectly honest. But hey, that's all the more reason why I like to try these things. Cool. Well, there's definitely a little bit of refining I can do on that. Ooh, ooh. All right. Haven't looked at the chat forever. Get some ninjutsu going for this, yeah. Cool. Okay. All right. I'm thinking that was a fair amount of processing. And I'm pretty happy with this, but I'm thinking I might wrap up just so I don't kind of like crash as hard. Because I feel like if I just keep pushing this while on stream, I'm gonna like overload my noggin and then have to nap after, because that actually does happen. I'll be like streaming and then I'm like, okay, suddenly I'm very tired and have to lay down. And this one, there's enough going on that it takes a bit of processing. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. Why is there a P left of the tails? Oh yeah. It's part of this paper that we use. I'm gonna give it a flip so it's hidden. There we go. No secrets there from me, sorry to say. Cool beans. Alright. Yeah, there's definitely like a lot of tweaking that I kind of want to do, but I think I'll save that. But yeah. Yeah, it's starting to hit me. Okay, well, I'm going to save this. And let's take a look at it in grayscale. Let's flip it a little bit. Let's just kind of like see how we like this. So, and yeah, so they kind of vanish. I think I can use the beard to like pop it out. Can you do the can? I might position them a little bit differently, like having the main one kind of coming forward more. Also, the eyepiece for this, I kind of want it to, well, I guess if he's looking like out towards more, that still works, but like, should this be facing away? It depends. I'll have to figure that out. Make a decision on that. Bam. All right. Well, okay. I'm going to pull up uh, both of these time lapses, and we'll wrap up stream. I'm gonna save again because why not? All right. So this might have some interesting kind of sketches in it for different experiments I was doing. We'll see. Here we go, went into the other window. I think I'm gonna have to speed it up. Ooh. Okay, there's like a few different characters. Originally I was working on like a different lady. I see. Interesting. The creator. Hmm. Yeah. All right. So that one, pretty neat to kind of see where that came from. And then here, whoop, take a look at this one too. But yeah, I'd say we did some pretty good stuff today. Had fun. Didn't know what to expect going into it, but I figured we would kind of like try and wrap up stuff. I'm gonna set this one to be a bit faster. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed today's stream. I certainly did, and appreciated the input and ideas and just kind of sleuthing. It was fun. But yeah, again, I'm gonna kind of like look at these with fresh eyes on Monday, and then like this one is basically good to go. I'll probably like be like, okay, a little touch up here and there, and then upload it. The other one, I'm gonna just kind of tweak something, but it's like 95% done. So there we have it. Some fun characters. But yeah, I hope you had a good time. And I shall see you probably in 2 weeks. It should be Dave next week. But if it's not, we'll do more art, and that'd be great. But until then, I'm going to head out, and I hope you all are taking care of yourselves, and you're taking care of each other, and thank you for all the hearts in the chat. Appreciate that. But yeah, thank you all so much. I really appreciate your company, and hope you enjoyed today's session. I shall see you later. Happy hunting, everyone. Catch you later. Bye.